This is a story about a fairy who decided to stop being one. At the very edge of an ancient forest, where a small hidden marsh stretches quietly between roots and shadows, there stands an old oak tree. Its branches spread wide, holding the sunlight, as if the rays themselves got lost there long ago. And beneath those branches lives a small lizard named Feya. At first glance, she seems completely ordinary. But almost no one knows the truth. Feya is a real fairy. She's simply taking a little break from magic. Once, she soared above wide, silent lakes. She shimmered like a drop of dew on a spider's web, creating quiet miracles and shaping entire worlds with ease. But one day, a thought found her. What would it feel like to live inside a world I created? So she drifted down onto a soft, mossy mound, turned herself into a lizard, and said, "That's it. Time to rest. Let the miracles happen for me now. I want to see. I want to feel." And she stayed. Since then, she has lived beneath the old oak, listening to the quiet rhythm of rain, breathing in the scent of warm, damp moss, watching dragonflies skim the water while frogs chase each other in endless, playful circles. And the world keeps moving beautifully, without her. But sometimes it feels like something is missing, something she can't name yet. The moss is soft, the water is warm, even the mosquitoes are not too bold. Feya squints at the sunlight and smiles. How wonderful. No need to rush, no need to save anyone, no need to shine. I can just be. She lies still, breathing slowly, listening as life hums all around her. Birds argue about the weather. Frogs seem to debate something eternal. And the water lilies, as always, whisper about fashion. And Feya is both the quiet watcher of this marsh and the storyteller of its gentle tales. Gentle stories, light and a little playful. Stories without pain, without sharp edges. Stories where villains are not truly evil, just a little tired and maybe misunderstood. Stories where love smells like warm cherry pie, not like heartbreak. When Feya speaks, the darkness softens. Worries drift away. Even the mosquitoes grow quiet just to listen. Sometimes she forgets. She catches stray thoughts wandering through the air and for a moment believes they are her own. And for a second her heart feels heavy. But then, wait, I'm a fairy. And the heaviness fades like morning mist under the first light. She stretches her invisible wings and smiles. I'll stay here. I'll watch. I'll feel. And I'll tell stories. And the marsh breathes out softly. Its fairy is here again. And when Feya smiled, that's when everything truly began. The marsh awakened. And from that moment on, every day began telling a new story. And this is one of them. This morning, the marsh was unusually restless. A visitor had arrived from the city. A toad. She came with a suitcase, a laptop, and a lecture on successful self-development. She announced that she would no longer simply croak. From now on, she was a personal growth coach. The marsh fell quiet. Even the dragonflies paused midair. "You need to think positively," the toad said, adjusting her glasses. "Positivity attracts flies. And success. Just look at me. I've become version 2.0 of myself." The lizard, like everyone else, listened politely, silent, nodding along with her words. The toad spoke for a long time, about goals, about comfort zones, about the inner critic. Then she took out her phone, snapped a photo beside a water lily, and added a caption. "Live life to the fullest. even if you're up to your neck in the marsh." Feya smiled. Once, she had known a small toad who was curious about everything. She marveled at the world and turned it into little songs. About a spider drifting above her home on a thin thread of silk. About a fly carefully washing its tiny feet. About a cat from a nearby village sitting by the lake, calling to a heron just to share the latest news. That little toad had been the happiest creature in the world. But then she grew up. She left for the city, and slowly forgot how freely she had once lived, how easily she had found joy in each day. She began taking courses, searching for her purpose. And now, waving her phone in the air, she was trying to explain happiness to the marsh, forgetting that once she had simply breathed it. Feya inhaled the quiet of the forest and whispered, "Sometimes silence is the best compliment, and perhaps the most honest one." The water beneath the moss rippled softly. When the toad left, returning to the city to write a course about harmony, the air hummed for a long while. The wind moved through the reeds, gently erasing the traces of her loud words, and the marsh became itself again, alive, warm, and real. Somewhere in the city, under a photo of a water lily, the first likes were already appearing. After the toad's visit, Feya the lizard began to notice just how many stray thoughts kept appearing in her mind. She decided it was time to clear her mind. "That's it," she told herself. "No thoughts. Complete calm." She sat in a lotus position on a warm, mossy mound, straightened her back, took a deep breath, and began not to think. The first thought arrived immediately. "My tail is too long. It's getting in the way. This is uncomfortable." Feya blinked and tried to push the thought away, and instantly another thought slipped in. I'm thinking about my tail being in the way." Then another thought followed. "Frogs don't have tails. It must be much easier for them to sit like this." And then another. "Maybe it's time for a snack? The Dragonfly brought delicious cookies today, and her new boots are absolutely lovely." After a few minutes, a whole swarm of thoughts swirled around Feya, about mosquitoes, about mint tea, about whether she might be a little too old to be meditating by the edge of the marsh. The thoughts giggled, tickled her from within, and refused to leave. Feya kept going until midday. Then she gave up. "All right then," she said. "Let the thoughts come. I'll welcome them. I'll offer them cookies. Let them sit quietly and drink tea." She brewed some tea with mint and chamomile, sat at the edge of her mound, and waited for the thoughts to come, watching raindrops draw soft patterns on the water. But her mind grew very quiet, and that's when Feya understood. Thoughts don't like being expected. They get bored and leave. Silence opened a new world. Feya began to notice that dreams were drifting into the marsh. They didn't ask, they didn't knock, they simply fell, like leaves, onto the water. Feya listened to their whispers and grew quiet. "This is it, my destiny. This is my purpose." One dream promised a great journey, another, fame, admiration, a life full of shining moments, and a third, a great love, the kind that makes your head spin and takes your breath away. Feya almost believed them. She had already chosen an outfit, imagined herself giving an interview, even rehearsed what she would say when confessing her love. But then she noticed something strange. In all of those dreams, There were no marsh frogs, no rain, no oak tree, no moss, and without them, the world felt unreal. She lifted her eyes to the sky and saw the wind carrying dreams across the marsh, just like lost letters. Some were new, some were forgotten, some were dusty and fragile, some were blurred with tears, some were bright with hope. And each one had someone else's name on it. They had simply lost their way. Feya gently gathered the dreams and set them free into the wind. Let them return to where they belong. And for herself, she kept only one. The one where she simply sits on her mossy mound, drinks tea, and listens as the rain tells its quiet stories. Not everything that enters your mind is meant for you. Sometimes, it is only the wind carrying someone else's dreams right past your life. After a day filled with dreams and the whisper of rain, the marsh was unusually quiet. Even the mosquitoes seemed to have taken the day off. They lay lazily among the reeds, enjoying the peace. Feya stretched out on her mossy mound, warming herself beneath the shy afternoon sun. A few more moments, and sleep would have quietly conquered her thoughts about the meaning of life. But then, right beside her ear, a determined, buzzing voice broke the silence. "Get up! Do something! Move! The forest won't wait!" Feya reluctantly opened one eye. A fly hovered in front of her, bright, energetic, wearing tiny glasses, buzzing with the energy of a strong morning coffee. "And who are you?" Feya asked. "I'm the motivation fly," the fly declared proudly. "I inspire, I energize, I help everyone become better. You're lying here when you could be flying, starting a business, finding your purpose." "I'm already quite happy," Feya replied calmly. "I have the sun, the oak tree, and my mossy mound. That's enough for me." But of course the fly refused to give up. "Excuses!" she buzzed sharply. "Where are your goals? Where's your plan? Where's your personal growth?" Feya sighed. At first, she tried to ignore her. She assumed it would pass. It didn't. Eventually, she even began to feel a little sorry for the fly. So much enthusiasm, and about as much use as an umbrella in a storm. "All right," Feya finally said. "If you're so active, tell me, what have you actually achieved? Have you built a house? Learned the language of Brazilian flies? Opened self-improvement courses for mosquitoes?" The fly hesitated. She blushed, as much as a fly can blush, and quietly admitted, "No, but I have so much energy. I feel ready to share it with everyone. I just don't know where to begin." Feya smiled gently. "Then here's your plan. Step 1, find a quiet place, perhaps inside a water lily. Step 2, sit still and listen to how the marsh breathes, how the wind moves through the reeds. Step 3, catch a moment of silence and stay there for at least 10 minutes. Just be. And if, after that, you still feel like helping someone, then help." The fly wrote everything down in a tiny notebook, nodded seriously, and flew away, as she put it herself, to implement the strategy. When she finally disappeared into the reeds, the old oak tree rustled its leaves in quiet approval. Since then, she has been running workshops for mosquitoes, giving lectures on work-flight balance, and hosting a podcast called Buzz with Purpose. And as for Feya, at last she sleeps peacefully again. Without advice, without slogans. without the constant background noise that somehow always sounds a little like guilt. But the peace did not last long. Somewhere nearby, someone was already making a weekly plan. Early that morning, the snail woke up with a deep sense of importance. The day before, she had been deeply inspired by the motivation fly. "That's it," she told herself sternly. "No more crawling through life without a purpose. It's time to change." She pulled out a notebook she had carefully made from water lily leaves, sharpened a reed like a pencil, and began to write. 7 o'clock. Begin moving. 7:15. Take a breath. 7:16. Exhale. 7:30. Crawl 2 centimeters. 8 o'clock. Feel proud of yourself. The snail crawled diligently forward, frowning with concentration and checking off each task. Everything was going perfectly, though, admittedly, it was exhausting. Until suddenly she noticed a drop of dew resting in her path, catching all the colors of the morning. The snail stopped. This was not part of the plan. It was inefficient. And yet, the dew was so beautiful. She looked into it and, for the first time in a long while, smiled. Then a breeze passed through the marsh. The notebook slipped into the water. The ink dissolved. Every goal she had written sank beneath the reflections of the clouds. "It's all ruined," the snail whispered. Nearby, Feya the lizard moved a little closer. She had been watching everything with quiet curiosity. "All ruined?" Feya asked gently. "To me, it looks like something has just been found." You were happy. And the snail realized that it was true. Life was never really inside the lists. It was there, inside the drop of dew, inside the stillness of the marsh, inside the simple possibility of stopping for a moment. Suddenly, she felt an urge to sketch the dewdrop and the flight of the mosquito that had been buzzing nearby the entire time. She gathered fresh leaves, made herself a new notebook, and began to draw. Later, the snail settled beside Feya on the mossy mound, closed her eyes, and allowed herself to dream. And while the snail was learning how to breathe without a schedule, on the other side of the marsh, a frog had already discovered an entirely new way to become famous. One day, the frog looked into the still surface of the water and thought her reflection looked particularly good. "This should be shared," she decided. "The whole world should see how beautifully I jump." And so, her account appeared on Marshgram. Every morning brought a new post, a selfie on a lily pad, #morningleap, a slow-motion jump video, a challenge called "Catch a Mosquito on the First Try." At first, it was fun. The mosquitoes laughed. The butterflies left little hearts. Even the old heron commented once, "Young people are so talented these days." But little by little, something began to change. The frog no longer jumped simply because she wanted to. Every jump now required the perfect light, the perfect angle, the perfect caption, and the right hashtags. The lightness disappeared. All that remained was a schedule, a constant chase for the perfect shot, and a quiet feeling that something important was slipping away. "One more take," she muttered while the sun disappeared behind the treetops. That jump wasn't inspiring enough. One evening, the frog opened her profile and suddenly didn't recognize herself. There were jumps, poses, filters, but not a single real smile. She sighed and looked around. The marsh was still living its life. The cicadas sang without a live stream. The wind moved through the leaves without filters, and the reflection of the moon in the dark water was so perfect that even the thought of a like felt almost disrespectful. And Feya the lizard was smiling too, not for a camera, just because. The frog closed her eyes and pressed delete account. Then she stepped to the edge of the lily pad, pushed herself forward, and jumped. No camera, no audience, no reason. Simply because she could. And in that moment, mid-air above the marsh, she felt something she had almost forgotten. The thrill in her stomach, the wind rushing past her ears. There it was, a real like from life itself. When the frog first jumped, simply for the joy of it, the wind carried her laughter across the marsh. And eventually it reached the reeds growing at the very edge of the water. They stood tall and proud, and each one believed it was special. What upset them most was that no one seemed to notice them individually. "Look how tall I am! I'm clearly the best," one reed boasted to Feya. "And I'm the straightest," another quickly replied. "My wrestling is softer than anyone else's," added the youngest reed. The sun watched quietly from above, its light shimmering across the water, while the marsh gently swayed beneath their endless arguments. From morning until evening, they compared themselves to one another, until one day the wind arrived. It slipped between the reeds, and suddenly each one began to sound different. One hummed like a bumblebee inside an empty shell. Another rang softly like a delicately tuned string, and the youngest rustled shyly, like silk moving in the dark. Together, they wove a melody so beautiful that every argument suddenly felt unimportant. It made you want to stand completely still and listen forever. Feya noticed this too. "Yes, you are all different," she said softly, "but together, you become something beautifully harmonious." The reeds fell silent. Their proud voices faded, and in the quiet that followed, they heard one another for the very first time, not as rivals, but as notes within the same melody. And there, swaying gently in the wind, they became one beautiful whole. From that day on, the reeds welcomed every returning wind, because each time it arrived, it gave them a new way to sing together. After the marsh had learned how to sing, it began to long for light. A small firefly lived among the leaves of the old oak tree. Every night, when the world around him sank into darkness, he carefully lit his tiny lantern. "You've lit that little lamp again?" the frogs would croak. "No one's going to notice it anyway," the mosquitoes buzzed, circling through the dark. The firefly would lower his eyes shyly. He never wanted to seem foolish. It was simply that without light, the darkness felt lonely. And every evening, the darkness seemed to whisper, "You are small. Your light means nothing." But still, night after night, the firefly kept shining. For himself. For Feya, too. She often asked him to light the way. She said his glow reminded her of home. Then one night, a storm broke over the marsh. The wind howled. Rain poured from the sky. Everyone hid. And when the storm finally passed, and the world grew quiet again, the marsh fell into complete darkness. No stars, no moon, only black silence. "Where is my home?" the snail cried nervously. "I can't see the path," the frog called out. "I'm scared," the butterfly whispered through tears. And then, deep within the darkness, a tiny light appeared. The firefly trembled, but he glowed with all the strength he had. His light was small, but one by one, the others began moving toward it like travelers following a lighthouse. First the snail, then the frog, and soon everyone found their way home. When the marsh finally grew calm again, the firefly returned to his favorite leaf and let out a long, quiet breath. He was no longer afraid of the darkness, because now he understood, even the smallest light can become someone's saving grace. Night slowly faded into dawn, and when the firefly's light disappeared, the first rays of morning spread across the marsh. The dragonfly had always flown a little more quietly than the others. Her wings were transparent and beautiful, but one of them was missing a tiny piece. Long ago, during a storm, a sudden gust of wind had thrown her against a branch, and part of her wing had broken away. Since then, the dragonfly had carried the fragment with her. Sometimes it felt like a symbol of survival, and other times, like an excuse. "I'm not who I used to be," she would whisper, feeling the cold edge of the fragment against her heart. And each day she flew a little lower, as though it were not a broken piece of wing, but an invisible chain pulling her down. Still, there were moments when she looked at it and thought, "This is proof that I survived." One morning, the dragonfly and Feya were drinking mint tea with almond cookies. Feya loved those cookies dearly. They reminded her of the day they first met. Back then, lost in thought and forgetting for a moment that she herself was a fairy, Feya had mistaken the shining dragonfly for a strange, glowing berry. Fortunately, she realized her mistake in time, and instead of flying away, the dragonfly stayed. She offered the embarrassed little lizard an almond cookie, and from that day on, they became friends. Now the dragonfly sat quietly beside her, sighing now and then. At last, Feya asked gently, "What's wrong? You've been so quiet today." Tomorrow, all the dragonflies are gathering in the meadow beyond the marsh. They say the most beautiful flowers have bloomed there. I want to go too, but I'm afraid I won't make it. I'm afraid I'll fall. Feya looked at her softly. "Maybe," she said, "you need to let go of what you keep carrying with you." The dragonfly lowered her eyes. "I'm afraid that without it, I'll forget who I used to be, and who I became." Feya smiled. "You are always changing, and always beautiful." The dragonfly grew quiet. For a long time, she looked at her little treasure. Then she rose slowly above the water and opened her tiny claws. The fragment flashed one last time, like a distant star that no longer belonged to her, and vanished silently into the dark surface below. And suddenly, everything felt light. Her wings began to sing. The air felt fresh, as though the wind itself had lifted her. The dragonfly rose higher than ever before. Sometimes, to find your wings again, you first have to let go of what you're still holding on to. After watching the dragonfly rise into the sky, the mosquito felt inspired. He had never been quite like the others. While his friends competed to see who could find dinner first, the mosquito drifted above the marsh and sang. "Zzz, listen to that sound," he would tell himself happily. "It's beautiful." But every time he began to sing, the others would flap their wings, flick their tails, and wave their paws in annoyance. "Quiet, mosquito! Your singing makes our ears ring." The mosquito grew sad. He never wanted to bother anyone. He simply dreamed of being heard. And so, night after night, he kept singing anyway, above the lily pads, above the reeds, pouring his whole soul into every tiny zzz. Then one evening, beneath the soft moonlight, he heard someone quietly humming along. The melody was clumsy, but kind. "Ribbit, ribbit, Zzz, zzz, ribbit. It was a young frog. He wasn't laughing. In fact, he was listening carefully, trying to follow the rhythm. For the very first time, the mosquito felt that his strange little song might belong to something larger than himself. And so, the very first marsh band was born. Soon, the crickets joined in. The wind rustled through the reeds, and the water itself kept the rhythm in gentle circles. From that moment on, the mosquito was never lonely again. He waved his tiny wings like a conductor, while the marsh sang beside him, a living, endless orchestra. When the marsh finally began to hum with music, its quiet vibration reached even the most hidden corner, where an old spider had long been living in silence. For a very long time, he had stopped weaving. Once, he had created extraordinary webs. They were finer than whispers and more intricate than maps of the night sky. Like snowflakes spun between branches, each one a fragile miracle balanced somewhere between mathematics and beauty. But one day, his inspiration disappeared. He grew tired. What's the point of trying, he sighed, if no one notices anyway? And so, he hid himself away deep among the reeds. The days passed slowly. Dust settled over the old web, and the spider himself began to resemble a shadow. Then one morning, a ray of sunlight broke through the mist and fell directly onto his forgotten web. And suddenly, it came alive. Every speck of dust turned into a diamond. Every drop of dew lit up like its own tiny universe. The abandoned web shimmered like the crown of a forest spirit. The spider froze, and for the first time in a long while, he saw clearly. What he had believed to be forgotten and useless had already become beautiful. Without effort, without rushing, without trying to prove itself. Even the butterfly, who had always avoided his corner of the marsh, could not resist this time. She said nothing. She simply hovered nearby, her wings trembling softly in the same morning colors that glowed across the dew-covered web. And without speaking a single word, she recognized his gift. The spider did not tear down his old web. Instead, he reached toward it with a single new thread. Not to repair it, but to connect the past with the present. Beauty does not ask for loud words. Sometimes it is born quietly, somewhere between stillness, ordinary moments, and peace. A new butterfly appeared in the marsh. Her wings were so beautiful that even the snail set aside her notebook just to stare at them. "Oh wow," the dragonfly whispered. "What an outfit!" "They look like stained glass," the mosquito murmured softly. But the butterfly only folded her wings shyly. It felt as though everyone was looking at her too closely. Because not so long ago, she had been a green caterpillar, slowly crawling along the same mossy mound, afraid of heights. "Why are you hiding?" Feya asked, stretching lazily in the sunlight. "You're so beautiful, and yet you keep sitting in the shadows." I'm not used to it," the butterfly admitted quietly. "Before, I had completely different little legs. I was afraid no one would notice me, that they'd mistake me for an ordinary leaf. And now everyone admires me, and somehow that feels frightening too, as though I'm wearing someone else's dress." Feya flicked her tail thoughtfully. "Then let's find out whose dress it really is. Come here." The butterfly fluttered uncertainly through the air and landed beside her. "Just look carefully," Feya said softly. "Your wings remember more than you realize." She nodded toward the shining web nearby. The spider believed his web was only a trap, but morning saw in it an entire gallery for sunlight. The butterfly slowly spread her wings and began to look closer, and suddenly, inside the delicate patterns, she recognized familiar lines. The same cracks that ran through the bark of her old oak tree. The same tiny paths between the blades of grass where she once crawled. "Oh," she whispered, "this is my home, and the paths leading back to it." She lifted her wings and flew into the air, and for the first time, she was no longer afraid, because she realized she carried with her a map of every place she had ever loved. Even from the days when she was still small and green. And Feya watched her disappear into the light with a quiet smile. She understood something the butterfly was only just beginning to learn. Sometimes accepting your beauty is harder than becoming beautiful. One day, Feya noticed a bee circling above the meadow, as though trapped inside an invisible glass jar. Her movements were restless, uneven, heavy with sadness. Feya watched for a moment, puzzled. "What happened, little one?" she asked gently. The bee flew closer and settled at the edge of the mossy mound. Her usually energetic wings hung limp and still. "I can't do it anymore," she whispered so quietly that Feya almost didn't hear her. "I think I'm broken. There was a time when every flower felt like an entire world. Now I only see targets. Fly there, collect pollen, leave. Even the sun has started to feel like nothing more than a lamp turning on for another shift at work. Every day I carry the same yellow dust, and sometimes it feels like I'm slowly becoming that dust myself. Golden, weightless, useless, just an endless circle." Feya looked at her carefully. "Maybe it isn't a circle," she said softly. "When I watch you fly, it looks more like a beautiful dance, the kind that makes the world feel peaceful for a moment." She flicked her tail thoughtfully. "Does the hive ask you to keep count? Then try counting something else. Tomorrow, count the shades of yellow you see. The next day, count how many different songs the wind sings along your path. And once you finish your usual circle, try flying it backwards, not for the hive, for play." The bee grew quiet, thinking carefully. Then she flew away without another word. But the next morning, as she passed above the marsh, she slowed down for just a moment. The wind whispered softly through the reeds. Sunlight glided gently across the flowers, and inside every drop of dew, a rainbow shimmered quietly. It was such a small moment, but for the first time in a long while, there was no bitterness inside it. A week later, the bee returned with a soft, almost weightless hum. "You know," she said, "I collect things now. Drops of dew from butterfly wings, the scent of pollen. Caraway smells bold. Clover smells sweet. The hive doesn't see my collection, but I know what I carry." She smiled faintly. "And yes, that impossible mosquito keeps inviting me to join his noisy little band. You should come listen someday. It's interesting." "I definitely will," Feya replied warmly. A light ripple passed across the still water of the marsh, and the crown of the old oak tree swayed softly above them. Feya watched the bee disappear into the distance and smiled. The greatest magic is not creating a new sun, but learning to see the old one differently, reflected quietly inside a single drop of ordinary water. At the very bottom of the marsh, where the water grew warm and heavy and the light from above reached down only as soft green threads, there lived a turtle. Time moved differently there. Seconds settled softly like silt along the bottom, while centuries drifted across her shell without leaving a single wrinkle behind. The turtle often listened to the others arguing, where to hurry, who to catch up with, how to manage everything in time. She only smiled and continued gliding slowly through the water weeds. The snail loved visiting her. Sometimes she would spend hours resting beside the turtle on an old piece of driftwood, listening to tiny bubbles rise lazily from the turtle's shell toward the hurried world above. It felt almost like meditation. "You move so slowly," the snail once said, "and yet somehow you always arrive exactly where you need to be. How do you do it?" The turtle smiled gently. "Little one, you keep staring down at the ground, watching the path you feel you must hurry along. But I look through the water instead. Do you see how the sunlight moves above us? It doesn't rush, it drifts, and I drift with it. I'm not trying to keep up with time. I simply trust the world, move within it gently, and somehow I always arrive exactly where I'm meant to be." The snail grew quiet. Above them, the sunlight trembled softly across the surface of the water, and somewhere far away, the noisy world continued hurrying forward. But down there, everything remained still. Sometimes, to finally arrive everywhere you need to be, you first have to stop paddling and allow the current to carry you for a while. One rainy afternoon, a hedgehog wandered into the marsh from the dry forest beyond. He clearly did not belong there, a tiny bundle of nervous spikes and worry. Every rustle made him curl tighter into himself. Every raindrop slipping from a leaf felt like a personal threat. The hedgehog spent most of his time hiding, terrified of getting wet. "Hello, hedgehog. You're very cute," Feya said softly, keeping a respectful distance. "Would you like some mint tea?" The hedgehog snorted and pulled his head deeper between his spikes. "I know how these little hellos work," he muttered. "There's always something behind them. Kind words are just bait." And he turned away from her. Feya simply nodded. Then she placed a small clay cup filled with steaming mint tea on a flat stone nearby. Not too close, not too far away. And without saying another word, she quietly returned to her own little tasks, as though to say, "This is not a trap. Just an invitation. One that can hang in the air for as long as it needs to." On the third day, the hedgehog finally came closer. On the fourth, he smiled. On the fifth, he shared his apple. And by the seventh day, he was already teaching the mosquitoes how to grumble properly. Trust cannot be forced. All you can really do is prepare a soft place for it, made of silence, patience, and gentleness. And then, one day, it arrives on its own, usually right after you stop waiting for it. One afternoon, Feya was wandering through the marsh on important fairy business. She wasn't in a hurry. She was simply humming to herself. Zzz, ribbit, ribbit. Zzz, ribbit, ribbit. And then, beneath a bush, she spotted a sparrow. He was puffed up, trembling slightly. "Sparrow, why are you shaking?" Feya asked. "It's not cold." The sparrow swallowed nervously. "I got distracted by bright berries, and my flock flew off to another forest. We're not from here. Everything feels unfamiliar. I'm scared." "Scared of what?" "Everything. That an eagle will catch me while I'm crossing the field, that I'll get trapped in your terrible swamp, that I won't have enough strength to keep flying." Feya blinked. "Our marsh is perfectly nice," she replied calmly. "We even have clean areas now. Clear water, too." The sparrow glanced nervously nearby, where the frog and the mosquito were somehow sitting in the lotus position together. I've noticed the locals here are strange. Feya nodded proudly. That's true. Our locals are wonderful. The sparrow sighed miserably. The fears keep coming and circling around me. I'm not flying anywhere. I'll stay here instead. At that moment, he noticed the spider nearby, laughing while telling stories to the firefly, instead of trapping him in a web. Just leave me alone, the sparrow muttered. I'll sit quietly so nobody notices me. Maybe if I stay here long enough, I'll become brave later. Feya tilted her head thoughtfully. Then tell your fears you're poisonous, and that they should go eat somewhere else. The sparrow stared at her. You're not going to leave me alone, are you? No, Feya answered honestly. I'm curious to see what you'll do next. Would you like a little push? I could flick my tail, and you'd already be in the sky. No, I'll do it myself. He took a deep breath. Thank you, kind... Wait, who are you exactly? I'm a fairy. The sparrow froze. Oh, then I should probably leave immediately. And with that, he launched himself into the air. All of you are strange, he chirped nervously. Welcome to our world, Feya called after him, waving her tail happily. The sparrow flew higher, muttering to himself, Go eat somewhere else. Go eat somewhere else. And suddenly, a deep voice echoed above him. And why exactly should I go eat somewhere else? The sparrow looked up. An eagle was circling overhead. I'm poisonous, the sparrow squeaked in panic. Who told you that? A fairy. The flower kind of fairy? No, a lizard. She lives in the marsh and sings zzz, ribbit, ribbit, zzz, ribbit, ribbit. The eagle grew very quiet. Perhaps I'm not hungry after all, he said slowly. What if it's contagious? And with that, the eagle flew away. A week later, 2 eagles sat high in the mountains watching the fields below. Oh, look, sparrows, said one. Should we hunt? Better not, the other replied seriously. One of them is poisonous. Which one? They all look the same. Let's eat somewhere else. Fears cannot feed on laughter, kindness, or joy. At the very edge of the marsh, inside a silence soft and gray as morning fog, lived the heron. She was like an ancient map of that place. From a distance, it often seemed as though she were asleep, staring endlessly into the water. But it was the most attentive stillness in the world. The heron never truly slept. She absorbed. She noticed how the light shifted across the dragonfly's wings, how a blade of grass bent beneath the wind, how thoughts slowly ripened inside Feya's eyes. One day, during their morning run, the turtle and the snail, yes, the same snail who now ran not by schedule but by the pull of her heart, discovered an old forgotten stream. It had become blocked by fallen branches and stones. Unable to break through, the water spread helplessly into the surrounding ground, turning the banks into mud. And the lake, cut off from the living stream, had slowly become a swamp. News of the hidden stream spread quickly across the marsh, and little by little, everyone gathered there. It was almost as though the marsh itself remembered what it once was. The beetle, strong and steady, began rolling away the stones. The turtle moved them patiently aside. The hedgehog, no longer quite so prickly, carefully pulled branches free. The mosquito and the young frog started singing a work song. And Feya simply stood among them, somehow turning the work itself into something shared. Between jokes, stories, and bursts of laughter, the work began to feel light and easy. Watching from the shore, the heron gave a quiet nod to herself. Yes, this was how it should be. The marsh heals itself when everyone stops rushing, stops chasing empty hopes, and simply does what they know how to do, with kindness and genuine care. At first timidly, then more boldly, a thin stream of cold, clear water broke free from beneath the pile of debris. It curved gently along the old riverbed, as though remembering the way home. And slowly, the lake began to return. In the village beyond the forest, there lived a cat. From time to time, he visited the marsh, not for gossip, as many believed. Gossip belonged near fences and barns, and the cat always left it there. What he carried with him instead was the quiet warmth of village life, the scent of old wooden houses, sun-warmed rooftops, and the comforting rhythm of ordinary days. And when he left, he carried away a little of the marsh's silence, settled gently in his whiskers. But mostly, the cat came whenever he wanted to check whether something in the world had fallen out of balance. And so, one evening, he arrived again. He sat beside the water, wrapping his tail neatly around his paws. "Something feels unsettled," he said aloud, even though no one seemed to be nearby. "The air trembles like a plucked string. Is everything still where it belongs?" From the reeds, the heron emerged slowly. "You mean Feya?" she asked calmly, her eyes still fixed on the water. "In the village, they say strange things now," the cat murmured. "That there's magic here, that everyone suddenly started caring for one another. Doesn't that disturb the order of things?" The heron slowly turned her head. She did not speak about the restored stream, or the spider's smile. Instead, she simply touched the water with the tip of her beak. The cat watched carefully. Soft circles spread outward across the surface of the marsh. They reached the shore without meeting a single obstacle. No broken branches, no debris, nothing blocking their path. The water was calm, clear, still. The cat purred thoughtfully. "The ripples are moving as they should." Then the heron lifted her gaze toward the sky. The cat followed her eyes. High above them, a flock of ducks moved steadily through the evening air. No confusion, no panic, no one losing their place. They were simply flying home. "And the routes still hold," the cat nodded slowly. "Well then." That was enough for him. He asked no more questions. The water moved peacefully, without anxious circles. The balance remained intact. The cat stretched lazily, rose to his feet, and quietly disappeared back toward the village, carrying with him the calm certainty that not every change needs to be explained with words. The heron remained by the water, the stream continued flowing, and the marsh kept living, quietly changing one day at a time. Every morning, the water lily opened her petals and admired her reflection. The water around her was smooth and clear as glass. And there, within that perfect mirror, she saw herself exactly as she wished to be. Petal beside petal, perfectly arranged, with a single drop of dew resting at her center like a diamond in silver. "How beautiful I am," she whispered softly. "If only nothing would disturb this surface. Not the wind, not a shadow, not even a restless little fly." The water lily guarded the stillness carefully. Whenever ripples appeared, she folded her petals tightly, and she grew irritated with the ducks for disturbing her perfect mirror. But one day, a true wind arrived. The surface of the water rose and twisted wildly. Her perfect reflection shattered into 1,000 broken fragments, running and trembling across the waves. The water lily froze. The mirror was gone. And suddenly, she was left alone inside a world of moving shadows, unable to understand where she belonged anymore. "Where am I?" she wondered. "Where did I disappear to?" But after a while, she looked more carefully, and beneath her, she discovered an entire world. Not her reflection, but sunlight dancing across the back of a passing fish. She saw thin streams of sand drawing mysterious patterns along the bottom, a playful school of tiny fish circling around her roots, and the turtle slowly making her way to visit a somewhat irritated leech. The world beneath her was not flat at all. It was deep, alive, infinitely layered, filled with hidden meanings. And from that day on, during moments of perfect stillness, the water lily sometimes felt almost disappointed. She had learned to rustle her leaves gently, calling for the wind. "Come, blow across the water, break this picture apart. Remind me that I am more than what appears on the surface." Sometimes you have to lose your reflection before you can finally see your depth. As the marsh slowly became clearer, almost every creature living there began remembering who they truly were. Feya the lizard lay stretched across a warm, mossy mound beneath the old oak tree, lazily offering her thin little paws to the sunlight. She loved resting like that, silent, listening to the way light whispered through the leaves. Suddenly, the leech emerged from the water, black, glossy, and, as always, slightly sarcastic. "I've been listening to your stories, Feya," she drawled, "and watching all those strange little fools gather around you. And honestly, I think you're making it all up." Feya opened one eye slowly. There's no way a frog could truly be friends with a mosquito, or a spider with a firefly. They're supposed to eat each other. "They can," Feya answered calmly, "because they remembered who they really are, their true selves. And honestly, I never forgot." "You can remember too." The leech snorted. "Oh, really? And who exactly am I supposed to be? A graceful white swan?" "That's something you'll have to discover yourself," Feya replied softly. "If I tell you, you won't believe me." The leech grumbled under her breath. "Well, maybe I'd like to be friends with the sun, too, to lie there like you do and feel warm for once. But if I crawl out into the light, I'll dry up. The sun will destroy me." Feya smiled gently. "What if I showed you that anyone can be friends with the sun and receive strength from it instead of pain?" The leech grew thoughtful. "I want that." "Then meet me beneath the oak tree at midnight." And so, at midnight, they met. The sky was dark, and the stars shimmered softly overhead, as though someone had scattered silver seeds across the night. Feya allowed the leech to cling gently to her back, and together they ran upstream, through the narrow gorge, all the way to the sea. They arrived just in time. At the horizon, a thin golden line appeared. The first rays of the sun rose carefully from the edge of the world. "Look," Feya whispered, "and greet it with gratitude." The leech stared without blinking. The sun rose slowly, and somehow it did not burn. It almost seemed to smile. Then suddenly a warm, soft glow began appearing around the leech, as though she herself had become a tiny sunrise. In amazement, she looked toward Feya, but Feya was slowly dissolving into the morning light, becoming almost like a sunbeam herself. The leech froze, and then suddenly cried out, I remember now! I'm a fairy too! We're all fairies!" She wept with happiness, and her tears glittered like drops of dew. "But why did we forget?" she whispered. Feya's voice became very quiet. By accident. It happens sometimes. We became curious about what it would feel like to live inside a world we created ourselves, without obvious magic, without wings. So we became ordinary inhabitants of a magical lake. She looked toward the water below. Once a stream flowed into this lake. It filled everything with light and joy. But one day, the stream became blocked. The lake slowly turned into a swamp, and with it, our memory became clouded too. The leech listened silently, holding her breath. To remember who we truly are, Feya continued softly, the marsh had to be cleared, not just with paws, not through force, but through kindness, gentle words, laughter, warmth, and humor. Every shadow is simply light that has not yet remembered itself. One day, at the very edge of a soft white cloud, within a dance of light and vapor, a droplet was born. She was an entire world unto herself, transparent, complete, glistening. And she was not lonely, because she belonged to a chorus of millions of other tiny worlds drifting beside her, reflecting the sky inside one another. But gradually, the wind began to strengthen, gathering the clouds into heavy, storm-filled skies. And then came the moment known to every droplet, the moment of letting go. Without fear, according to some ancient agreement, they fell, each beginning its own journey, each moving toward its own small part of the world. The droplet fell with wonder and excitement, eager for something new. After some time, she landed softly upon the edge of an oak leaf and rested there quietly, catching her breath. Around her the forest whispered through wet leaves, washing itself clean with rain. Then the sun appeared, and across the sky a bright rainbow slowly unfolded. One by one, the raindrops began disappearing. Some slipped down into the lake, others rose gently back into the sky. The droplet remained alone in the shade. Soon the creatures of the marsh gathered around her. "Oh, how beautiful she is," the butterfly whispered, admiring her own reflection inside the droplet. "I must sketch her before she disappears," the snail said eagerly. "Poor thing," the dragonfly sighed softly. "She must feel lonely." The droplet listened quietly, without arguing. Inside her lived a quiet and certain knowing that she remained connected to everything. Loneliness, she understood, is born not from the absence of others, but from forgetting that connection. Only Feya sat nearby upon her mossy mound, warming herself in the sunlight. She looked toward the droplet and winked. In response, the droplet shimmered brightly. They understood one another without words, because both of them knew the droplet belonged to something vast, deep, and whole. she could exist anywhere. Inside a wave, inside the morning dew, inside a snowflake, or drifting as mist above a river. And within that existence lived everything. The memory of clouds, the joy of falling, the patience of waiting, and the quiet readiness for yet another transformation. The droplet simply was. The marsh, which once carried its light only in memory, now shone with it openly. It had cleared itself, remembered itself, and once again become a lake, deep, clear, and alive with freshness. Feya sat upon her mossy mound beneath the old oak tree, beside the shore of the beautiful lake. And everyone came. The spider, the dragonfly, the frog. Even the sparrow returned. Old friends, new friends. They laughed, danced, and drank tea with cherry pie beside the water. And above them, the sky painted strange and beautiful shapes with drifting clouds, while the droplet watched quietly from above. By morning, the sun rose over the lake, and as Feya looked into her reflection upon the water, she saw there a fairy. The very same one who had once arrived here simply to rest. "Your vacation is over," the oak whispered softly through its leaves, and within that sound lived centuries of wisdom and gratitude. "Yes," Feya smiled gently, "and it was wonderful. I learned so much here." She sighed softly and unfolded her wings. "Now, let miracles belong to everyone. And as for me," she smiled, "I'm going home." The lake answered with laughing waves, and for a brief moment the entire lake shimmered with a quiet light from within.